Hello, this is board member Michael Tsai. Is my audio coming through? Soundcast, this is
Good
board
evening,
member.
Milpitas. I'm your 2022 Board President, Kelly Yip Chuan. Welcome to this meeting of the Milpitas Unified District Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance and the participation in our education proceedings, which aligned with the guidelines set forth by the Ralph M. Brown Act for opening meetings. On August 1st, 2022, the board extended AB 361 in accordance with the Executive Order N-1-22. Tune into our hybrid-style board meetings online on either Zoom or YouTube or in person inside our boardroom. Public comments can be made while you are logged into Zoom or if you are in person. YouTube, however, is a listen-only option. One public comment per person is allowed for each item. 1, calling the meeting to order. Scott, would you mind doing roll call, please?
Okay, we're going to do a roll call. Board member Michael Tsai,
Present.
board member Han Lien,
Here.
board clerk Mignot,
Here.
board vice president Chris Norwood,
Here.
and board president Kelly Yip Chuan.
Here.
All account.
Thank you very much, Scott. We're going to move on to review and approve the closed session agenda. The board may delete items from its posted agenda and may also add items to its posted agenda pursuant to Government Code 54954-2. If such items to be added arise out of emergency situation as defined under Government Code Section 54956-5. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the closed session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, Scott.
Board member Tsai,
Aye.
board member Lien,
Yes.
board clerk Mignot,
Yes.
board vice president Norwood,
Yes.
and board president Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, comments from the public. Are there any public comments before we adjourn to closed session?
There are no public comments at this time.
Okay, since there's no comments, we are adjourned to closed session.
This is board member Michael Tsai, audio test. My audio coming through. Audio test. This is board member Michael Tsai.
Good evening, again, Milpitas. I'm your 2022 Board President, Kelly Yip Chuan. Welcome to this meeting of the Milpitas Unified District Board of Education. We appreciate your attendance and participation in our education proceedings, which aligns with the guidelines set forth by the Ralph M. Brown Act for opening meetings. On August 1st, 2022, the board extended AB 361 in accordance with Executive Order N-1-22. Tune into our hybrid-style board meetings online either on Zoom or YouTube or in person inside our boardroom. Public comments can be made while you are logged onto Zoom or if you are in person. YouTube, however, is a listen-only option. If you are unable to do either of these, please visit our written public comments webpage for instructions on how to submit your written comment. For virtual audience, you will see the instructions for public comments on your screen. Our communication specialist will briefly go over them. For our in-person audience, please go to the podium when you are called upon. Instructions for both are also listed on each agenda. For those board members who are participating remotely, please state whether you are broadcasting from and per board action on August 1st. Keep your video on during the meeting. One public comment per person is allowed for each item. Our communication specialist will take it from here.
Thank you so much, President Yip Chuan. Just some instructions for public comments. For those who are joining us on Zoom, number one, you did it right. You're already registered and on there. You will see a hand icon by your name to indicate your request. Please click that at the appropriate time. We will call the names in order they are received. Listen for your name and we will tell you when your audio is active. At that time, you'll take yourself off mute and you'll be able to do your public comment. Each public speaker will have 2 minutes to talk, and we just ask that you please be patient. The board president will call on any public comment at the appropriate time. Members of the public may address the board on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2a and .3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for a future meeting. Please note that the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.3, prohibits members of the board in commenting or engaging in discussion during the public comment portion of the agenda, except when seeking clarification on a point made by the speaker, provide a reference to staff members for factual information, or request a staff member to report back to the board on any matter at a subsequent meeting. We do provide special accommodations at our board meetings. If you do have a requirement for a special accommodation, please contact the superintendent's office at least 2 business days in advance, and we'll see what we can do. Our meetings are broadcast live, both on Zoom and YouTube, and they are also being recorded. Those recordings are all available on our website, www.musd.org. If you are using the Zoom platform, closed captioning is available. You click the closed captioning icon and a live transcription should start appearing on your screen. Lastly, if there are any additional documents that were not part of the agenda, those are public documents, and if they're available upon request. If you're here in the Randall, beautiful Randall multi-use room, and you'd like to make a public comment, there are green cards on the table right in between the aisles there. You fill that out, hand it to me, and I'll get it to the board president. And back to you, President Yip Chuan.
Thank you very much, Scott. Moving on to item 7, closed session announcement. In closed session, the Board of Trustees unanimously approved the superintendent's recommendation for the position of a classified manager, supervisor of district mental health clinicians. In closed session, the Board of Trustees unanimously confirmed the superintendent's nomination for the position of a certificated manager, associate principal. In closed session, the Board of Trustees unanimously confirmed the superintendent's nomination for the position of a certificated manager, assistant principal. Also, during closed session, the board voted to approve a settlement for the claims by Redrick Construction arising out of the Russell Middle School Track and Field Improvements Project. Under terms of the settlement agreement, the district will pay Redrick Construction a total of $131,885.56. The payment is for both extra work and escalation in the cost of materials. All of the settlement money paid is coming directly out of the project contingency fund. There is no extra cost to the district. The vote was unanimous. Okay, we're moving on to item number 8, review and approve the open session. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the open session agenda.
And I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go for a roll call vote.
Okay, Board Member Sai,
Aye.
Board Member Lien,
Yes.
Board Clerk Nyo,
Yes.
Board Vice President Norwood,
Yes.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you very much, Scott. We're moving on to the flag salute. And may I have the NJROTC students come up and lead us in the pledge?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cadet Nguyen Kathy, and accompanying me today is Cadet Nguyen Nguyen. Please rise with us for the flag salute. Please remove all hats and hoods and put your right hands over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
Allegiance
United
to the flag
States of
of
America,
the United States
and
of
to the
America,
republic for which it stands,
and
one
which
nation,
it stands,
under God,
one nation,
indivisible,
under God,
with liberty and justice for all.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
Great job. Thank you very much, and thank you for your services. Okay, public comments from the public. Are there any public comments at this time? Let's go with virtual first.
Okay, we have no virtual hands raised at this time.
Okay, I have with me a green card, and it's for Debbie and Lee From Nothing Bundt Cakes,
Good evening, board members. My name is Debbie Coble, and my husband Lee and I own the Nothing Bundt Cakes San Jose Evergreen location for almost 11 years. And we are truly excited to be moving to Milpitas, opening our second location October 14th. We would welcome the opportunity to partner with the schools, clubs, and organizations by giving back to the community through fundraising and employment opportunities. Excuse me. For all school fundraising, we give 30% back to the school. And fundraising is done in one of two ways. The school can either purchase the cake and sell at an event, or on a given day, participants can, bear with me, place orders online for pickup or participate in store. So on the back table are some fundraiser flyers as well as some brochures, and if you haven't had a chance already to taste our cake, by all means do so before leaving. And now let me turn it over to Lee, who will talk about employment opportunities. Thank you so much for your time.
We provide employment opportunities for students, disadvantaged, and parents who are looking to work during the day while their children are in school. We're committed to teaching students and adults the basic life skills of how to be professional in the workplace, and those include things like being on time, how to be accountable, how to interact with your coworkers and guests, and how to be productive. Over the years, we've had a great opportunity to see a lot of students grow through our existing location, and we look for the opportunity to take students from the Milpitas Unified School District and have them grow through our program as well. For anyone interested, we do have a job fair this Saturday from 2 to 4 in the Milpitas Town Center in our still being built location, and we look forward to partnering with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, no other public comments? Okay, we will move on to item 11, MUSD strategic goals. The culture of WE that engages parents, staff, and community partners in supporting student success. Improve communication system for better outreach to parents, students, and staff. Develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passion in learning for their future careers. Focus services and support systems to ensure that all students are engaged in their learning and are making social, emotional, and academic gains. Identify creative, student-focused strategies to accommodate enrollment growth and ensure healthy learning environments. Moving on to item number 12, Superintendent Report.
Thank you very much, President Yip-Schwan. We have a number of recognitions this evening, as well as I will be inviting those that the board has confirmed and approved as our new managers to speak to the board and the community. And I'd first like to start with our recognitions. So if I could have the board and cabinet come forward so that we can have pictures with each that we recognize. I would first like to recognize our Knights of Columbus of St. Elizabeth's Church here in Milpitas. The Knights have been longtime supporters of our learners, particularly those who need special services and are either high school or adults. And each year, they work in the springtime to do a fundraiser, and then they also promote our efforts and are our cheerleaders in applying for grants from the Knights of Columbus. Several years ago, we earned a $10,000 grant, which Assistant Principal Jonathan Mock was the key writer on. And tonight, they're sharing with us that we have been awarded a $5,000 grant, which teacher Annette Rodarte was the key author on. So I'd like to ask you, Knights, Mr. Alex Santosa, if you would like to say a few words and then come forward for a picture with the board and cabinet.
All right, thank you. Yes, good evening. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with me tonight, we have the new Grand Knight, Brothers Manuel Malabo III, the new Grand Knight. I'd like to introduce you. And also a trustee, Brother Gimo Uribe, and myself, I'm also the new trustee and the chairman of PWID program of our Council 8747. Okay, so yeah, I'd like to say a few words here. So tonight we present a grant award check from Columbian Foundation in the amount of $5,000 to Milpitas Unified School District for special education program at Milpitas High School. This is in addition to the donation from Council 8747 on May 10 to 2022 in the amount of $5,009.19, which brings the total donation to $10,009.19 this year. So we would like to express our gratitude to the generosity and support of our members and donors, families and friends, Father Andy Liggett and Father Yung Nguyen, and St. Elizabeth's Parish Community, Milpitas Unified School District Board Member, Superintendent and staff, teachers, students, volunteers, and parents. Also to Ocean Supermarket for consistent and strong support year after year. So we have been very successful because we all work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize a student who is a junior at Milpitas High School. Her name is Sheena Raina, and she is also a member of the dance group at Leffler School of Music. And this year, she saw that there is a need for those who are suffering from ailments that impair their vision, the Sankara Eye Foundation. And so she wanted to raise money, and with those in her troupe and also with the Leffler Music, she was able to raise close to $2,000 for the Sankara Eye Foundation. So I'd like to recognize you, Sheena, and also your family. Sheen, would you like to say anything about your efforts?
Hi, my name is Sheen. My friend and I, we go to this dance school called Sri Kripa Dance Foundation. And basically, like the two of us together, we dance and we raise for Shankara Eye Foundation, we raised about, I think currently it's about $3,900. So that's pretty cool. So we raised a lot of money for that foundation where they give like free eye surgeries to people who have like kind of impaired vision that could be fixed. So yeah. Thank you so much.
And next, I'd like to recognize another one of our leaders in Milpitas, and that is Rhoda Jordan Shapiro. She is a parent in our schools, a strong community leader, and also the founder of the Milpitas Beat. So she is diligent in making sure that we hear stories about education, and it is for that reason that the board elected to recognize her at the state level for the California School Boards Association for the Golden Quill Award. So amongst many thousands of reporters in the state of California, Rhoda is being recognized as one of the stars. And we know that you are a star. So we want to ask you to come up and take a picture with us with your family.
So I'll make this quick, but I just wanted to say that I am so honored to be receiving this recognition. I, several years ago, started the Milpitas Beat with the intention of really spotlighting education and really shining a light on all of the positive things that are happening here in MUSD, because I think there's just so much. I mean, it's overflowing with so many amazing stories. And over the years, I feel as if I've been so privileged to have been able to connect with and to interview not only your leadership team, but your staff and amazing students like Sheen here today who are just doing such incredible things and just inspiring me so much. And I really think it's important, especially in this day, to really put a focus on all of those positive stories. So I just really want to thank you. Oh, and another thing also that I want to mention too is I am a product of MUSD. From K to 12, I started at Kirtner to Russell, and I am a graduate of MHS. And so this recognition holds so much meaning for me. So thank you all so much.
And thank you, Rhoda. Next, before we do the official recognition, I would like to invite up a group of young leaders who are sharing their talents not only with Milpitas, but also with others throughout the county and in San Jose. And it was our board member, Vice President Norwood, who saw them performing in San Jose at an event, and he said, hey, they're here from Randall World Languages School. We got to make sure that everybody knows about them. So what perfect way than to have the board recognize them for their efforts along with their leader. So if we could go ahead and first have our performance by them, and then we'll invite them to come up along with their maestra to share a few words. So we're ready. Extra. Extra. So, okay. So if I could have the board and cabinet over here. All right, so I would like to recognize you, Maestra Delia Trijo, for Los Olas Dance Company and the way that you provide our learners with an opportunity to express themselves culturally as well as aesthetically, and to build pride in their history as well as in who they are. It's very important, and it goes right along with our strategic goal number 1 of building a culture of we. So I'd like to thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It's a pleasure and it's an honor. I love this. This is my passion, and I love teaching this, and the students learn to love it too, and so they inspire me more and just brings happiness everywhere, to them, to me, to parents, to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a picture maybe over here with all the kids? Muchas gracias. There's estrellas. Yes, for sure. We will send that to you. Thank you. Hi. How are you? I'm say a few words. You can sit down, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now it's much cooler.
Reggie, you can't. You can't hide that cupcake.
Okay. Next, I would like to invite up our new assistant principal, our new associate principal, and also our new program manager. And I'm going to first start with our online program manager, Ms. Lisa Torres. Ms. Lisa Torres comes to us after many years of experience in mental health, as well as supervising mental health support. So Ms. Torres has been a CASI counselor. She's also been a counselor in private practice. She more recently has been, or is, for at least the next 2 weeks, a counselor at Kaiser Permanente, and she has headed up juvenile support systems and corrections as well. And Ms. Torres is very excited to join our team, just as we are to have her. Through her experience, she'll be able to provide expanded support for our mental health program, and we're excited to have her. So Ms. Torres, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. I'm so honored to be chosen for this position with MUSD. First, I'd like to thank the trustees and Superintendent Jordan, the cabinet, and Mary Jude for giving me this opportunity. As was mentioned, I bring to this position experience as a therapist, a clinical supervisor, and a program manager in community and school-based mental health programs. I'm passionate about supporting students, their families, and school sites with receiving quality mental health support. I want to be a part of helping ensuring students can engage in their learning, which will lead to better social, emotional, academic outcomes. I've been drawn to MUSD because of the culture of supporting student success by engaging parents, staff, and community partners. I am looking forward to learning more about the specific needs of the school sites and families we serve over the next few weeks. All of you here are the experts in what's needed, and I invite each of you to connect with me to share any thoughts or ideas you have to better support our students' overall well-being. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Torres, and we look forward to having you here in person. Next, I'd like to reintroduce to the community, for those who know him already, at the Russell Middle School family. Now he is moving over to Milpitas High School, and that is Andrew Den, who is a Milpitas resident as well as a Milpitas Unified School District alumni. Mr. Den, in his role as an English teacher at Russell, has also provided leadership to their department for 5 years. He served for an April Academy intercession as well as summer school as administrator. He is a person who believes in the importance of relationship and being present. And as he knows many of the students who came through Russell in order to be at Milpitas High School, that will be an asset for him as he embarks on this new pathway for his career as the assistant principal at Milpitas High School. So Mr. Den, I'd like to invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. To the Milpitas Unified School Board of Education, MUSD staff, and Milpitas community, thank you for this opportunity to become an educational leader at Milpitas High School. As an assistant principal, I will strive to lead with compassion. When I first invited my family here, I told them it was to hear me speak. You know what they said? They said, "We hear you speak way too much. We need to hear you speak less." But then I thought about it, and they're not really here to hear me speak. Instead, I wanted them to see and meet the community that I chose, the community that I grew to love over the past 10 years as an MUSD educator. During those 10 years where I cut my teeth as a teacher, I learned that it's more than just what's in the classroom. It's what you do with the other staff, how you treat your students, your relationships you build with parents. Now, I'm still amazed by how welcoming this community is. I walked into MHS, and every staff member, every student, and my fellow administrators have been absolutely great for me. Everyone I meet, I ask them, tell me your story. I want to know more about you. How can I best support you? How can I make this school a better environment for our students and our staff? As I move into school leadership, this support will be essential, and I'm excited to be an MHS Trojan. I look forward to building a better school community with all of you.
Thank you, Assistant Principal Din. And next, I would like to introduce as our Associate Principal of Milpitas High School, Skylar Drager. Skylar has spent his career at Milpitas High School for over 21 years, where he was an English teacher, facing history teacher, avid teacher at one point, and for a long time, the department head and co-department head of the English department. I first took note of Associate Principal Drager when I was a director of HR and observed him leading the staff of 200 Milpitas High School teachers through what a close reading of Martin Luther King and Birmingham Jail could truly be for student learners if they were to layer their instruction differently than some of them may have experienced before. And I know that Associate Principal Drager is somebody that many of the staff members look to for direction and rely on for the path going forward, especially when it comes to master scheduling, which for anybody who's ever taken a look at the master schedule board, one can only imagine how many hours it must take to be able to figure out the puzzle of placing 200 staff members in a schedule that benefits over 3,000 students. Additionally, Associate Principal Drager has always been one of the people who says yes when something new is offered. For example, in 2018-19, we were able to participate in something called Transcend, which is an organization geared towards how we can do instruction and education differently, whether it be on a small scale or a whole school scale. And Associate Principal Drager was one of the leaders on that team and continues to step up and say yes whenever offered something that will benefit the whole and especially students. So I'd like to welcome you, Associate Principal Drager, to the podium.
Thank you and good evening. I got adjusted, I'm short. I was thinking tonight what I might like to say to everybody. I'm super excited to be offered the position of Associate Principal and looking forward to working closely when we do identify a principal for Milpitas High School. In a very real way, this district raised me. Milpitas High School raised me. I started in education 28 years ago, and of those 28 years, I've spent all but 2 on the Milpitas High School campus. So actually student taught at Milpitas, moved away for a couple of years, and went to another school. But what brought me back to Milpitas was the connection that I made. We talk about the culture of we. And when I entered the English department that day in 1995, I'll date myself, I had a family already. I had 1 million people who just said, oh, don't worry, come to our room. We've got curriculum, we've got coffee, we've got food. And then I met the kids, and our students to this day continue to wow and amaze me. Milpitas produces some wonderful children. They're real, and sometimes they tell the truth that hurts, but it's always this kind of willingness to, let's try something, let's be involved in something, let's do something. And I think that's special. I've seen it very rarely in other places, and I've always noticed it here. And so that brought me back. And so after 21 years in the English department, I took on the admin thing about 7 years ago. And so this is, to me, it feels like the next progression in just my relationship with the district. And so thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. So that concludes our recognitions as well as appointments. And now I would like to introduce my report. Whereas the first year of COVID, it was all about COVID. And then last year, it was moving forward together and continue to be all about COVID. This year is a fresh new year. It's an opportunity for us to put in place those innovations that we discovered along the way through making it through COVID together. And so COVID is now only a small part of my bi-weekly board updates, which are now going to be called the MUSD Superintendent State of the District Update. So let me get this ready so I could share it with you. Okay. I'd like to call to attention our MUSD mission. It's something that we don't frequently talk about, but it is something we live every day. And what I have here are the bulleted points of our mission. In everything that we do, we strive to provide pathways for all learners. And we saw today how 2 of our longtime Milpetians are continuing on a pathway to career as learners, because everybody's a learner in Milpitas Unified School District. We also are looking for how we can continue to create environments that nurture learning and also provide inspiration and empowerment. We heard both Assistant Principal Den and Associate Principal Drager speak to how students here wow them and amaze them. And that is because we strive constantly to create environments where that wow factor and that inspiration can be seen. So first, I'd like to do a very short update on where we are with COVID and fitting in with strategic goal number 5, making sure that we have healthy learning environments for all. I want to point out that if you go to the county check on the Centers for Disease Control, you will see that Santa Clara County is back to the yellow, which is where we were earlier in the spring. And I want you to keep that in mind, because while it seems that having 102 students with reported cases of COVID and 11 staff members since the beginning of school, that might be considered high if we were in a different time period of COVID. And today's time, where we have vaccinations, where people have developed some sense of some sort of immunity, it is not in reality an alarming number. I would also like to point out a big change, which is that this year, just as we talked about last spring and also in the winter during the surge, our community really is a part of helping us to continue to keep COVID in a manageable state. And that means that families now have the means to do the surveillance testing at home. And that's huge, because you might recall that last year, our administrators, our secretaries, and some of our health clerks spent inordinate numbers of hours testing and recording data around who has COVID and who doesn't. And that meant that some of their time that would have been used to build capacity to assure that there is opportunity for inspiration, for pathways, was not
within their energy. So I'm glad to report that we have distributed 33,000 COVID test kits since school started. And those 33,000 COVID test kits are at homes where parents, caretakers can test their students, their children, and also in the homes of our staff members so that they can test themselves as well. And periodically, the state as well as the county will continue to provide us with these tests so that we can send them home. I'd also like to share with you a status on our staffing as it relates to classrooms. And this addresses strategic goal number 3, developing pathways for future careers, because we are talking about how we recruit and retain educators in the classroom as well as educators who support the classroom as paraeducators, behavioral intervention therapists, and also workability interventionists. It also addresses strategic goal number 4, assuring that we have focused services and systems in place to engage all learners. So you have here some pictures of our recent hires. We have, on the left, we have Mr. Pham, who is a math teacher at Milpitas High School. We have Ms. Shaw, who is a speech-language pathologist at Zenker. We have Mr. Henson, who is a 5th grade teacher at Rose. And we also have Ms. Alicia, who is in our business services. To the left in the box, you see that we started this recruiting season with 76 vacancies for teachers and specialists. A specialist is somebody like a speech-language pathologist or a special day class teacher. Over the summer, we filled 65 of those positions. We still have 9 left. One, for example, is a librarian for Milpitas High School. So if you know anybody who has a librarian background and would like to serve our community, please send them to HR. On the right, you will see that we also have vacancies, a large number of them, 33 to be exact, of those who support the students either as one-on-ones or in small groups and are a team member in the classroom with the teacher. We have 21 paraprofessional vacancies, 10 behavioral intervention tech vacancies, and 2 transition assistant vacancies. And Assistant Superintendent Brunson will take 90 seconds in his report this evening to share briefly their recruiting plan for those very important classified positions that directly support the classroom. Also addressing strategic goal number 5 in building healthy learning environments and as it relates to bond update for safety and security, I want to share with our board, because this has been top of mind since last spring when we again encountered in the education community across the state, as well as in faith communities, some incidents of violence. And so we have fencing that is in place. You see the 5 schools that are listed at the top, they have fencing in place. Throughout the summer, we worked with the Department of School Architecture so that we could have additional plans approved, and those were approved late in the summer. And so we are now in the bidding phase of the process, and we'll have completion of fencing at Russell Rancho, Sinnott, Kirtner, and Weller by February. I'd also like to do a side note, as long as we're talking about fencing. Rancho School has a beautiful track, and we have had instances before this new track was put in place where in the evenings some people decided that they would like to drive their cars onto the field and do things that young drivers tend to do. I wouldn't say all of them, but some of them. And so in order to prevent that, that's why we continue to maintain the fencing around there. However, we are making sure that there are gates in that fencing so that our neighborhood members can go onto the track and use it after school hours. We will have nice fencing that it does not impede the sidewalk. Mr. Kirk has been made aware of how the cement posts of the fencing there does come onto the sidewalk a bit, and so doing what we can to try to move them over while still maintaining the integrity of the fencing. Also, I want to point out that by the summer of 2023, the remaining 4 schools will also have some sort of fencing or perimeter barriers. And then for those who might be wondering, well, what about Milpitas Adult Ed or Calaveras Hills High School? Those are part of the MUSD Innovation Campus, which is scheduled to have phase 3 completed by fall of 2025, which means along those lines, they will also have some sort of fencing or perimeter barriers in place as well. And then finally, also in line with strategic goal number 5, the part about creating student-focused strategies, which really speaks to how we look at our funding in ways beyond the traditional types of funding, and that is revenue building through grants. And we have several grants that we've either participated in collaboration with other entities, such as San Jose City College, San Jose State, Santa Clara County Office of Ed, or on our own. And the first 4 are those that we've already applied for and been awarded, and you see what those amounts are. The K-12 Strong Workforce Program is a program on building pathways for advanced manufacturing using what we have already established at our eTech Academy, and building on that with virtual design construction as well as advanced manufacturing with corporations such as Flex and Evergreen Community College. And then also with our middle college high school, where they've established 3 pathways, one for education, one for social and emotional well-being, and the third being in the computer science space. We also have Texlence, which is a collaboration between San Jose State University, San Jose Community College, and MUSD. And it has 2 goals. One is to demonstrate how students who would like to come during the summer and learn about computer science can get a head start in understanding what that looks like as they consider their career pathway. But the other part that really fascinates and intrigued us in Milpitas Unified was that Milpitas Unified School District teachers, elementary teachers, as well as middle school teachers, would be working alongside professors from San Jose State or San Jose City College, and therefore learning about how computer science standards can be incorporated in the content that they're already teaching. And then more recently, we have been awarded additional funding from the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services. We continue to press upon them and advocate for additional funding, and they awarded us another $70,000. And working in partnership with Healthier Kids, Healthier Kids Foundation applied through the city community block grant for another $45,000, which will go towards supporting a school-linked services supervisor for well-being and immigrant support. And you will see that job description on the consent agenda. We also have, over the last 2 years, applied for, in collaboration with the County Office of Ed, planning grants for a wellness center and community schools. And if you go to Milpitas High School and go to the library there, you'll see that there's a section of the library that used to be kind of a long hallway is now the wellness center, and it's coming along in progress, and hopefully by the next board meeting we'll have some pictures that we could share. And then community schools, all of our schools which traditionally were known as Title I schools such as Burnett, Randall, Rose, Willer, are eligible to have community school types of resources allocated to them. So we are working on that as well with this $200,000 in conjunction with the County Office of Ed to plan what that will look like so that we can then apply for an implementation grant. Additionally, we are working with a very large consortium that entails the whole Bay Area from the East Bay to Santa Cruz, and it is called the K-16 California Collaborative. It includes Berkeley, it includes Cal State Hayward, San Jose State, San Jose Evergreen Community College District, and others, as well as Milpitas Unified and Eastside High School District. And our little segment is called the Silicon Valley Collaborative. So we are currently working to submit for a planning grant, and then after the planning grant course, similar to the other one, then we will be able to apply for an implementation grant. And the purpose for this is to develop, again, pathways for learners from high school through institutes of higher ed. So a lot of very exciting things happening in the district, and I look forward to giving you an update at our next board meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Superintendent Jordan. And now we are moving on to item number 13, Superintendent's Executive Cabinet Reports. Member of the Executive Cabinet may have recent significant information to present to the governing board on topics that are not on the agenda. Reports are limited to 90 seconds each, with 5 minutes allocated for the principal's report.
Thank you, President Yip-Shuan. Tonight we will start with our principal of Milpitas Adult Education, Juliana Brahim.
Good evening, everyone, board members and cabinet. Thank you. First of all, thank you for to the ones that came to the school and visited our classrooms at the beginning of the school year. It's very exciting to always see you and to have you come and visit our classrooms and be among staff. So thank you for that. What I'm going to share today is very brief. There are a couple only slides, and this is in preparation for our future board study session that I hope we all have in the month of December, where we can sit down and talk a little bit more about adult ed and its future and the things that we're planning for our school. So tonight and throughout the year, we're going to concentrate on MUSD strategic goal number 1, to build a culture of we as we engage parents, staff, and community partners. And strategic goal number 3, to develop educational pathways that allow our students to apply their passion in learning for future careers. Everything that you will see today is backed up also with links and some more information. And next slide, please. As we all know, our school has 2 sites, the Ayer site, which is our community school, and also our correctional facility program, which serves the Santa Clara County Sheriffs. We offer ESL, citizenship, CTE, adult basic education, the high SIP program, and the high school program. We are doing everything in-person classes, and we have very specific distance learning programs that you will see in the next slide. This year, we are working specifically on 3 major goals. One is to increase student enrollment. This year we have 56 new students in our ESL program and 10 new students in adult secondary education program, totaling 233 students. And the reason why you see me here alone today is because my staff is doing intake and they're interviewing the last cohort of students tonight. On the Career Center, we're going to open our Career Center in the month of September, and this is going to be done in our current building in room 401, where we want to open the area to become a space where people can come and access services, access our computers, start looking for jobs, meet with our transition specialists, and just start building their future career dreams. This year, we're very excited that we have been awarded $150,000 from the Workforce Accelerator Fund to implement RISE, which is a program that we're going to offer a cohort, 20 students, in 2 cohorts the Six Sigma Green Belt certification. And for the ones that have heard about it, Six Sigma is a way of thinking and troubleshooting problems in any industry before it becomes a problem. For example, we have one of our new students. He used to be a teacher in his country, and he saw a lot of issues in behavior and management in the classroom. So he will be applying the information he gets from Six Sigma Green Belt to apply a system to try and troubleshoot the issues that he saw. So those are the first 3 goals that we have. And we are also very intentionally working on, you will see the next slide. The para-protest, we're working on 3 different areas that we're having a lot of success. One is the workforce readiness, some PD for our district, and also we are actively transitioning our HiSET from the ETS testing center to PSI, and this is a state situation that is going to move all our HiSET testers to continue testing paper-based and computer-based, but we're transitioning from HiSET ETS to HiSET PSI. In regards to PD for our district, we're actively working with our school district and our departments to train our paraeducators in the paraeducator pathway. We're also going to be offering 2 or 3 different sessions of CPR throughout the year, and PD for classified staff as needed. The para-pro-test is a state-certified test, and we're very excited that Milpitas Unified is accepting the para-pro-test as a measure to recognize that the applicants for paraeducator jobs can take this test and apply it as a measure of competency. And in our last slide, I would like to let you know that this year we continue supporting all learners. We're moving forward with Ingenuity to support our credit recovery students from Milpitas High School and Calaveras High School, our seniors and our juniors. Classes will start on September the 6th, and actually yesterday we met with the Calaveras Hill students, and they were really, really excited. Also supporting all learners. For the ASL learners that cannot make it to school, we're offering Boxy, and we are also offering Citizenship as distance learning program. And ultimately and finally, at Randall Elementary, we continue strengthening our parent-family literacy program in the hopes that starting at Randall can turn into an ESL pathway at the Ayers site. And this is our report for the beginning of the school year. Again, I thank you for all your support, for visiting our school, and we look forward to having a study session in the month of December. And I don't know if there's any questions.
Well, I would like to say thank you, Principal Ibrahim, for working to bring in the paraeducator pathway. And seeing that there reminds me that we have a way to possibly fill some of our paraeducator vacancies.
Definitely. Definitely.
Thank you, Principal Ibrahim. Sorry. Do you want to? Yes, we dropped by, didn't see you, but I'm very pleased to see that the enrollment, now I'm not sure if this is your highest for all the years, 233?
233 is a very good start, considering that we ended the school year with 200 students. And I think we had a little bit of a hiccup the first week due to the construction, but that has been solved. And I'm very excited again that my staff has worked very, very hard in pivoting and doing more intakes than normal. So hopefully by the end of the school year, we have over 260 students.
I also want to, I know before the pandemic, you have activities there that the adults were very, very happy and pleased to be engaged with other students, other family members. Let me know how we can help so that we can bring that back to adult ed.
Perfect, thank you. And our next large activity is going to be Constitution Day, where we all sign the Constitution and enjoy a piece of cake and fruit. And families also come and the kids get to sign the Constitution, and that is on September the 17th. I will let you all know ahead of time. Thank you.
September 17th, all right. Please send us the invite.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank you all because you're very responsive to the Monday memo. And I think that tells the story of our day-to-day at work with our students, with our staff, and just you replying and acknowledging that you're reading it is very, very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now I'd like to ask Assistant Superintendent of HR, Jonathan Brunson, to give us that 90 seconds update on plan for educators, BITs, and transition assistants.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. Good evening, families and staff of Milpitas Unified School District. So each year, one of the things that we do is recruit through not just social media, but also through Santa Clara County Office of Education, which on September 24th, our team will be there to bring some of our own employees over there to help recruit staff. As Juliana already pointed out, Brahim, our wonderful testing program that we have and support to get highly qualified people to become part of our team. Some of you might be asking, what is a parapro? A paraprofessional is somebody who helps guide and support in our classroom with our learners that have different challenges. It could be a one-on-one support with somebody with physical needs. It could be just something where they just need an extra cheerleader to help them stay on task and stay focused, or help a whole group of students to get the support that they need so that they can be the best versions of themselves. And we also have with them where we advertise on Parent Square. A lot of families don't realize a lot of parents can be part of our school day and be not just at their children's school, but any one of our schools here in Milpitas to support our learners. And we will actively recruit through, like I said, our social media, EdJoin, and on our district website. If you go to our website in Human Relations, you'll see a tab that says come join our team, and we'll have lots of information there to support you. And also on our adult ed website, the parapro testing, you can see information there and videos on how to prep for the test, and we're advertising that as we speak. I'm very grateful to the parapros that we have in this district. They are like angels on earth, and we do have turnover sometimes because people move out of the area, or some of them go back to school and become our special ed teachers from around the district, or BITs. And BIT stands for Behavior Intervention Technician, and they're there to guide in our students' needs for the behavior modification so they can be successful in our programs. And lastly, I think I'm almost at 90 seconds, just a shout out to our Kiwanis and their special day for Coals for Kids on Sunday, August 7th. Our Key Club, who came out with about 100 students, our police, our fire department, our trustees, site leaders, to support over 100 students to get new clothes over at Kohl's. I'm just grateful for them and our president, Pauline Nguyen, and Ish Bali, who is the vice president. Thank you for your cooperation and support into a wonderful start to this school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just go right on down the line, starting with Executive Director of Learning and Innovation, Preeti Shahari.
Good evening. Yeah, just to build on what Juliana was saying, we're very excited about our great start to the school year this year. Our L&D leaders and teachers on special assignment have actively been on sites and pushing directly into classrooms these last 2 weeks. All of the elementary and secondary sites have been visited more than once, and we created shout-out boards to capture the highlights on every campus. A common theme has been explicit instruction on building a sense of community and belongingness, as well as making sure we're hitting the ground running and diving into content. Looking ahead, we are excited to be gathering interest for committee work such as our CSACE, which is our Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Team, our MTSS, Multiple Tiered Systems of Support, and Social Emotional Behavioral Committee. This year, in addition to having administrators on the team, we are looking to add teachers, parents, and students to these committees so that we can continue to deepen the level of work and partnership that we have with the community.
And Executive Director Mary Jude Dorpinghouse of Inclusive Learning Services for All.
Good evening. Piggybacking on what Preeti already shared, our preschool teachers, our paraeducators, as well as our program managers and our inclusion TOSAs have been out at, supporting our elementary sites for the past 2 weeks since school started, helping our littlest ones who are transitioning into our transitional kindergarten and our kindergarten classrooms. Tomorrow, our inclusion and our preschool special day classes will open their doors to our littlest learners and will be in full swing. In terms of professional development, it's already launched for this school year, and all of our staff in MUSD have had some professional development. More specifically, in the Learning and Development Department, leaders have created a plan for our professional development for the entire year with a focus on some of the key initiatives within the district, including teaching science of reading, inclusion, induction, and English learner supports. And then just one additional shout out, piggybacking on what Assistant Superintendent Brunson shared, is that if you are interested in being a paraeducator or a BIT, a behavior intervention technician, please reach out to us and let us know. We have on-the-job training and prior training through the Para-Pro training, but also on a regular basis. So if you're interested, we're looking to help support you, help support our students. Thank you. This concludes our L&D report.
And Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Wendy Zhang.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I would like to give a big shout out to Deanna Harn, our bond support analyst, and Neil Rushuber, our maintenance operation and transportation consultant, for their hard work and diligence in getting all of the digital marquees done before the start of school. If you recall, we had to reject all the bids that were received on April 27th due to the high cost, and we went out to rebid the project on June 1st. The estimated completion date was in September. Because of Deanna and Neil's diligence and the cooperations with our contractors, and now this project was complete. And if I may, I would like to share just a short presentation slide that Deanna put together to just quickly to show the marquees at each side. Here we go. Just very quick. Okay, so you see we have Burnett, Kirtner, and Meadows here. And then here is our Pomeroy, Randall, and Rose. He looks familiar, huh? And the Senate, Spangler, Weller, and Zanker, Rancho, Russell, and our high school. So that completes my report for tonight.
That's fantastic. I especially love that that was done in conjunction with our parent-teacher associations. That concludes our executive cabinet report.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, Superintendent, and thank you to your executive cabinet. Item number 11, MUSD strategic, no, hold on here, wrong page. Item number 14 is the board group agreements. The board group agreements are provided for the board's ready reference as a reminder of our conduct as elected officials. Per bylaws 9001, admitted on November 26, 2019, board members and the superintendent agrees to, so we'll just take two each, okay, since there's 4 of us here. 1, keep learning and achievement for all students as the primary focus. 2, ask questions for our own understanding.
3, be open and honest with each other. 4, no surprises, includes unapproved communication with law enforcement, news media, regional elected officials on behalf of the district and/or board.
5, be aware that our behavior in the community reflects on us as a team. 6, communicate proactively with each other about topics, questions, and challenges in open session and in advance of public board meetings in compliance with the Brown Act.
7, participate in professional development and commit the time and energy necessary to be an informed and effective leader. Thank you. And 8, actively support the culture of reenaction, deed, and an opportunity to serve the students and parents of the Milpitas Unified School District.
All right, thank you, team. Item 15, board communications request. So before I move on, members who are on Zoom who are not here, can you please have your video on if you're at a remote location as approved by the board at its August 1st meeting?
I am here, and you can keep assuming that I am here. I take exception to these assumptions that I am not here. Please continue the meeting.
I believe you need to have your video on, Mr. Tsai.
Whether my video is on or off is not relevant to the meeting. Please continue.
I will just remind, as the secretary of the board, that at its August 1st board meeting, the board made a motion to approve AB 361, providing that those board members who are meeting remotely have their videos on and simply state their whereabouts as such as home, work, or whatever the case may be. And that is recorded in the minutes that the board approved.
Thank you. Are we going to continue the meeting?
Would that be considered as like an absenter, or we can't take his vote if he's not having his camera on?
Are we looking to add an item to the agenda in the event that a board member is not complying with a policy that was, or something that was approved at the board meeting regarding our approval of AB 361?
Yes, on August 1st, we passed the motion that you must have your camera on if you're at a remote location, and you're supposed to disclose your location.
Right. We agreed to that, and the board member who was not present, it appears at this point not to comply. So,
Chris, I was in the bathroom. So if you're going to make ridiculous requirements like having my camera on while I'm using the bathroom, frankly, it's frankly ridiculous. And you've had a history of making up so-called requirements that are not legally valid or enforceable. So we do need to continue with this meeting. But frankly, everyone watching this meeting should know that this has been a pattern of behavior by certain board members where they make up requirements. Later, it's found out to not be valid, or rather, even when it's not valid, when they are complied with, they just come up and make up new requirements. For example, on false pretext, preventing me from giving graduation certificates. So for the record, I do want to state that people are sick and tired of these games. I have complied with all requirements and will continue to, but that does not a license for you to continue making stuff up in order to create problems. Now, again, if you want to continue the meeting, we can continue the meeting. But I'm not here to play games with some
Thank you,
board
Mr.
members
Tsai.
over
Okay, so let's,
trivial matters
for
like
the
this.
sake of time, let's agendize this for our next meeting, Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President.
Thank you. So we're moving on to item 15, board communication request. This part of the agenda provides school board members the opportunity to report on their activities as elected representatives. School board members may request the placement of items in future board agenda, relay information from the community, or request information from staff. The student board representatives report on school and student activities. Reports are limited to 90 seconds each. And I believe we have 2 student board reps.
That is correct, President Yip Chuan. We have Student Board Rep Kimberly Lopez of Cal Hills, and then we also have Student Board Rep Mira Bakhta of the Middle College High School. They both signed on for a second year as student board reps for their respective sites, and Milpitas High School is currently looking for their new student board rep, and we'll have that name shortly. I guess we'll start with Student Board Rep Lopez. Would you care to give your report?
All right. Hello. Okay. First day of school, lessons were a success. All the classes taught the same lessons that reviewed school-wide expectations, procedures, and SEL community building lessons. As for those lessons themselves, they were unexpected because almost all the students had something to say regarding their emotional state or point of view on things like school or about themselves. And continuing our SEL work during advisory, we're doing circles, getting to know each other, and grad planning to reflect on credits and what we need to graduate. Adult education is starting on September 6th, and back to school night, we are having a back to school night on Thursday, September 15 at 5:30 p.m. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Okay, and next we have Student Board Rep Mira Bakhta, representing Middle College High School. Go right ahead, Mira.
Hi, school board and various community members that are present here today. This year, we wanted to share with the board how our school has more than doubled our class size. This has only helped to foster a greater community of students within our school. This can be seen in our clubs, such as the school newspaper that wants to focus on highlighting local community businesses, our book club that wants to make it more accessible for students to understand complex and classic texts, and a chapter of the organization called She's the First that focuses on helping girls to get access to education and literacy across the world. In the past month, we have been able to host guest speakers and do many community building activities led by our new leadership organization. We are now hosting junior class elections for many positions in our leadership organization, ASG MMC, which is now being headed by our new new president, Harishankar Raghunath. Through these activities, it has helped many students hone in and develop their skills that will lead to success in their college classes. Currently, seniors like myself are working in our advisory class on our college applications and learning about the many possibilities already open to us for our future. In the coming month, we look forward to our back to school night on Wednesday, September 14th, and we will be starting our college classes on August 29th, which many of us are excited for, considering the wide variety of classes being taken by our student body that directly relate to our that are directly related to our pathways that the superintendent mentioned before. One last thing is we'd like to thank Ms. Johari for visiting our school and continuing to show her support for us students and our journey to find and expand our solutions for our community impact projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Student Board Rep Mira. So let's move on to our trustee, Sai. Okay, how about trustee Lin?
Hello. Yes, good. I will start my report. Good evening, everybody. Well, I've been doing a lot. There were a few memorials that I attended of team members and educators who did pass away. So certainly we remember their heart for service and for their contributions. And we remember that it's important to do good for the community. And that should be the focus. I attended a civic leadership forum focused on Asian American engagement, definitely calling out and stopping the hate and suppression of Asian American voices. I did go pay a visit to the city clerk's office. So to those in attendance, if you haven't heard the news, this will be my last term with the Milpitas School Board.
Mr. Tsai, we're not here to campaign.
I was not campaigning, Kelly. I did want to say that this will be my last term and I will miss some of you. And hope we can stay in touch. And the district, welcome back. And I do again want to welcome all the kids back to school. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Lin?
Hi. Good evening, community members. I am pleased to report that I was invited to share in the 75th year celebration of India's Independence Day. I dropped by along with President Kelly Yip Chuan to visit Rancho Senate, California, Calaveras Hills, Adult Ed, and Milpitas High. That's my report. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk No?
Thank you, Madam President. So good evening, Milpitas community. It's been a busy summer, actually. Attended a multitude of community events. I think that the crowning event was the groundbreaking at Air Innovation Campus. It was great to see the community come out for that. Attended several other events, but I think the most pressing thing and most important thing was just the back to school. Seeing just the increase of families and students, and everyone kind of had a sense of an idea of how to get back to school, and so there wasn't an uncertainty, and so it was definitely back to normal from that standpoint, and it was amazing to see all the teachers, classified staff, and all the parents really stay engaged in the school and just help each other, especially the new parents coming back on campus for the first time. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Trustee No. And how about Vice President Norwood?
For the sake of time, I yield time.
Okay. For me, I participate in the Kiwanis Coles Care, the District Welcome Back, the Randall Fiesta, Burnett's Back to School, visited schools with Trustee Lin. We also did the mixer here, the MUSD mixer at Randall, and also attended the 75th Independence Day celebration. And speaking of which, Superintendent, I would like to, for at the next board meeting, if we can have a resolution for the 75th Independence Day celebration. Would that be on the agenda, please? Okay, so moving on to item 16, it's going to be business services reports.
Yes, on June 27th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed the State Budget Act of the 22-23 year. It is recommended that the school district disclose any major revisions to its adopted 22-23 budget within 45 days after the state budget is signed. Since this is our only board meeting in August, and the staff prepared a worksheet, and this worksheet serves the purpose of this disclosure. So I will share my screen, and then I'll walk you through the analysis. Okay. So this is our major. This is a summary of the major state budget changes to our adoption budget. We have 3 columns here. The first column, we listed the summary of the changes.
And then the second column is the financial impact. And then the last column here is the amount of possible changes. The first one is from the LCFF, is the local control funding formula. The governor proposed additional 6.28% to the base fund. This is in addition to the 6.56% COLA that was included in our adoption. With this additional LCFF add-on, it's about 534 increase per average daily attendance, ADA. And that's about 5.9 million increase to our LCFF. Also, the governor proposed some changes in calculating the average daily attendance, ADA. Since ADA is one of the important factors in calculating LCFF, so this change also will change our funding. And for the last school year, the 21-22, there are 3 ways of calculate the ADA. One is the reported ADA, so that is the actual ADA that the district earned during that year. And for us, our actual ADA for last year was 9,627. And the governor proposed this called COVID-19 relief ADA. Basically, this ADA calculation is using the 1920s enrollment, ADA to enrollment percentage, and apply that percentage to last year's enrollment to come up with the ADA for the district. And based on that calculation for us, our ADA will be 9,783, a slight higher than our actual reported ADA. However, the law also permit the district to apply the 1920s and 21-22s, whichever year is a greater ADA, as a funded ADA to calculate our funding. And since our 1920s ADA was 10,003, and so this will be our highest ADA to report to calculate our funding for last year. And this is also the same as we projected when we did our estimate actual. So there are no major changes compared to our budget. The reason I listed it because the COVID-19 relief was a proposal. And for the coming school year, the 22-23, the governor proposed a way to calculate ADA is called loss mitigation with modified ADA. What is this methodology work? How this works was, and we can use the 3 prior years average ADA and the average ADA for 21-22 year, we can use the COVID-19 relief ADA to calculate the average 3 prior year to come up with our ADA for this year for funding. Based on this modified calculation, the projected ADA for this year will be 9,935. And at adoption, we based on our own projection at the time and at 9,750. So with this change, it gives us about 185 ADA increase, which will generate about additional 2 million to us. So with this additional funding to LCFF base, this additional funding to the LCFF base fund, and right now the cost, the funding per ADA is about 10,800 for us. And the governor also proposed this Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP. And this is a restricted program, and the funding used to be a one-time, now it becomes ongoing. And the estimate allocation for this year is about 4.3 million. And the board has already approved a spending plan. So this
revenue basically will offset the expenditures that the board approved and to implement this program this year. Home to school transportation. The governor also proposed that the district can reimburse up to 60% of last year's expenditures. But it has the reimbursement was net of the current funding that was provided in the LCFF. So for us, it's about 200,000 increase. And however, the district will have to develop a plan and by April 1st, 2023. So staff is currently working on this to implement and to develop the plan. So then the district will be eligible to submit a reimbursement. Also, the governor provided a couple of a one-time grant. The one is called the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And this is a restricted program. And this estimated $10.404 million is by school services. We're still waiting for the confirmation from Department of Finance. And so far, we have not received any funding yet. And then the other one-time grant is the art music instructional material. Again, and this is just a rough estimate by school services. And then both of the grants are one-time, and then they're restricted. And we'll wait for more information to be released on these two programs. So this is just a summary of the state budget impact to us. Since we're still in the process of closing last year's book, and we plan to share our unaudited actuals at the next board meeting, and then at the time I will update our multi-year projections, so then you can see how these changes will impact our district's overall financial position for the current year and the subsequent 2 years. Any questions?
Is that your presentation?
Yes.
You have, board members, are there any questions or comments?
Wendy, on the
presentation, I have no comment.
Go ahead, Michael.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay.
Wendy, could you bring back up your slides for your presentation for a second?
Sure. Okay, here.
So you talked about the average daily attendance ADA calculation, and then the 22-23 ADA loss mitigation with modified ADA.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that as we still are dealing with the impacts of COVID when it comes to our enrollment, that the state is providing some flexibility in terms of how we calculate our ADA, or is this a one-time opportunity?
Oh, this is a very good question. I mean, this loss mitigation and this calculation methodology will be ongoing. That means this is a law now. However, for this year, because the calculation is based on the average of 3 prior year, and the prior year, 21-22, the district can use this one-time COVID-19 relief ADA, and this is only one time.
Yep, because I recall that from some of the numbers that we had before, our enrollment was around above 10,000, and of course, we've always been talking about the more students we have, we want to make sure that they're in seats, but these numbers are approximately several hundred students less, so the ability to recalculate our ADA based on the fact that we're dealing with COVID is a good thing.
Yes,
so
definitely, yes.
So we have to keep looking at our enrollment numbers moving forward, so thank you for that.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, our enrollment this year is slightly below 10,000 now, and so this mitigation will help our this year's funding. But it will be critical for us to increase our attendance rate. So for next year's projection, we'll have to, we can see which way will give us a better ADA.
Are there any more questions, board members?
Okay, so this concludes my report for tonight.
Scott, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments at this time.
Okay. If there's no other questions or comments, thank you very much, Wendy. So there's no action is required, so this is for the board's information only. Okay, so we're going to move on to the Superintendent's Office report on the June 7th, 2022 Certificate of Election results.
So it is legislation or regulation, I should say, that after an election or ballot measure is completed, the process, then the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters sends to the Superintendent's Office the data on the numbers of votes that were cast either for or against the measure. And in the case of trustees, it would be the number of votes that each trustee had. But for this one, it is in relation to the special June 7th election for our Measure E. The ballots cast, as you can see, are here in the summary agenda. So we had almost 75% of the ballots cast were yes for Measure E, 74.55% to be exact, 8,086 votes. And the number of votes against was 2,760, a little over 25%, at 25.45% to be exact. And the total number of votes was 10,846. The Registrar of Voters certified that this data is correct. Shannon Busey provided us with a certificate to demonstrate that the voting has been certified and is true and operable. There is no action required.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any questions or comments? If not, then we will move to accept the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters Office Certificate of Election results.
It's just a report.
Oh, we're supposed to report out.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, but
Now go to action items.
oh, you don't have that?
Yeah, you don't have to do that.
It's right here. Yeah, mine has this. There's.
It's not listed as an action item for
Okay.
tonight. So,
So is it an actionable item? If it is, let them bring it back. Or someone on the board can make a motion to move item 16 from reports to 17 action items.
Do we?
yeah, there's, I don't believe it's an action item. We'll look just to be sure, but it is just supposed to be a report for tonight. If there is supposed to be action on it, then we'll bring it back.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Okay, so we're moving on to item 17, action items, business services.
Yes, tonight we have Eckler's agreement to assess the district's HVAC system for the CalShip grant for approved. And some of you probably already heard or aware of this CalSHIP grant available. The CalSHIP stands for California Schools Healthy Air, Plumbing, and the Efficiency Program. And if you recall, there was a public comment, a lady called from a different company called in maybe last year and to talk about this grant. And the staff has been diligently worked and reached out to different companies and to get understanding of their proposal and how this program works. And we decided to work with Eckler. And since Eckler is has been worked on some of our bond project, they're familiar with district system. And tonight I also have Rosemary from Eckler here. Rosemary, are you here with us virtually?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. And Rosemary, if you would like, maybe you can provide a short background introduction about your company and your interactions, your company's interactions with the district bond program, just a short background.
Oh, sure. Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to the meeting this evening. I'll keep it brief. My name's Rosemary Bryan, and I'm a mechanical engineer and principal of Eichler Associates. We have been working for many years. We've been in business over 16 years, working at least 14 years with block construction. So again, we work directly for the district doing commissioning work. And what that is when you build new buildings, new schools, Mabel Mattis, and of course the new innovation campus, that we go in and make sure all the systems are operating according to the design and the owner's requirements. So we have been doing work with the district for quite a few years. And now we're being tasked with assisting with the CalSHAPE program, which basically leverages funds that from the utilities and overseen by the California Energy Commission to improve the indoor air quality in all campuses. So basically what we're going to be doing is an evaluation of the ventilation of the equipment, filtration. We're going to be adding CO2 monitors to monitor the actual indoor air quality. And so this is something that started actually a couple of years ago, and it was called AB 841. We have been assisting some of our clients that we've been working with, other school districts, in doing this work for the last 2 years. We were brought in by Neil Rauschhuber, and we started talking about Milpitas and what the needs were there. And so we have proposed to start working on the high school and the middle schools and kind of seeing how it goes, but we've already applied for that funding and we should be hearing, we've already heard back, we're making some adjustments to the initial application and we'll be submitting it by the end of the week. When it's approved, you should be getting half of the funding, which is roughly about $1.9 million. So that'll really get the ball rolling. And again, the whole purpose of this is to improve the indoor air quality in each and every classroom. And as we all know, that improved indoor air quality is just better for cognitive function and really improves just the environment, 100%. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I don't know if anybody has questions.
Thank you, Rosemary. Any questions for Rosemary since she's here? And we have already submitted our application for the grant.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Rosemary, for the background. My question, actually, I have two questions. The first one was how much money or how much is on the grant that we are going to get? And you said 1.9?
Yes. So in the application, what we're doing is we've done an estimate on the high side going for the maximum amount of funding available. There will be, as we start doing the work, an actual true up of exactly how many units you have and exactly how many classrooms. I feel like we've got a really good idea of what those numbers are. And so we feel that it should be very, very close when we actually start going in and actually doing reports for each and every piece of mechanical equipment that serves each and every classroom. And also not just classrooms, but admin areas, gyms, every piece of equipment will get looked at and certified that it's operational.
And since on here it says first come, first serve basis, what is the chance of MUSD getting the grants?
Okay, so let me explain that just very briefly. Initially, it was only opened to underserved communities, so there were stipulations. A couple of your sites did meet that requirement. However, the full application just went in for every site. So the way I kind of tell people about it is it's getting in line, at the deli, you kind of take a ticket. We've already got that ticket in place. So we pulled the ticket. Now we're just waiting for, they've had a couple questions, follow-up questions on the application. And as I said, we're going to be resubmitting by the end of the week. We don't see any problems with that. There was an authorization letter that we're working on, very minor things. And then based on that, they'll look at the funding and where we're at in line on the funding. But we've already gotten in line, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Yes, and also Han, so because of this, there's only X dollar amount for this grant at the state level. And then it depends on how many districts applied for that grant. Since once it's opened to all the districts, we submit our application right away. So we have a much better chance to receive it. And we actually, as a matter of fact, we received some email from the state and they give us like a kind of a rough estimate. Like for example, for the high school alone will be around 440K and so on and so forth. So I think we have better chance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, I look forward to working with the district in this capacity, working with their facilities team.
Motion to approve EICLR's agreement to assess the district's HVAC system for the CalShape grant for a maximum reward of $1.9 million.
Can we see if there's any public comments out there?
No public comments at this time.
Thank you, Scott. So we have a motion. You have a second. Okay, let's go for a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, who is the second? Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Sy.
Aye.
Board Member Lien.
Yes.
Board Clerk No.
Yes.
Board Vice President Norwood.
Yes.
And Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Approved unanimous.
Thank you. I think the next one is also business services.
Yes. If you recall at the last board meeting and the board directed the staff to go back to work with QKA to look at their architectural fees calculations. So tonight we'll bring this item back for approval. Let me share my screen and I will share with you the fee calculation and adjustment this time. We really appreciate QKA for them to willing to work with staff and working with us to look at the fee again together. And QKA is willing to, can you guys see the screen here? So if you see the yellow highlight here, originally, last time at the proposal, the fee was at 4.5%, so they're willing to drop this by 0.1%. And just so you know, normally QKA will charge their customers the architectural fee under the construction cost. There is about 5 to 6.5%. That was their normal fee range. And before we bring this agreement for board approval, staff, especially our bond consultant Travis, has worked very hard and negotiated with QKA for 4.5%. So that was already a negotiated percentage. Now, since the board directed staff go back to work with them again, and we look at all the
line item we could, and then they're willing to reduce this further down to 4.4%. And the other changes is here, the folio customization cost. They are they capped this at the original proposal. So there will be no inflation, no adjustment for this fee. So with these two changes, and it will save the district about $143,000. And tonight we have Erin from QKA here. So Erin, are you here with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay, perfect. So maybe I'll have you to provide a little bit detailed background, like the rationale, normally how architects charge the fees to the client and the market standard, and so on and so forth.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, members of the board, for having me here today to talk about this. I did watch the board meeting from last time, so I saw the questions and the conversation and understand the concerns and understand that this is it's a lot of money and it's a complex question. So normally we use, and definitely it's a standard in public school construction, but really a standard across the architectural industry as a percentage of construction calculation as the fairest way for both us as the design team and you as the building owner to estimate, to calculate the amount of effort required to do the design work. In school construction, we use kind of a tiered percentage schedule that was originally developed by the state, one of the state funding offices, and but is still kind of the standard that's used. And that's what we use here for the demo and site work and for the modernization scope. And that is for the smaller projects, it's a higher percentage of construction because there's fixed costs that go with any project. And as the project gets bigger, that percentage goes down. And so that the reason a percentage of construction is used is it is the fairest way for everyone. And so initially when a project is set up, we do that for percentage calculation on the best estimate we have at the time of the construction cost of the project. And that represents the scope and scale of the project and how much work needs to be done to do the design. And then as the project goes along, the budget and the scope often change. We learn new things about the project. The direction from the client may change. We learn about new utility infrastructure that needs to be done as we get more information and go through the project. And that's part of what happened here as well. There was new scope. That the project was originally set up, the budget originally estimated more than 2 years ago, back in early 2020 when the project originally started. And so a lot of things have changed since then. A lot of time has passed. And that is reflected in the increased construction costs, reflecting both escalation of materials and construction and cost and just general inflation, and also increase in scope. And so normally the way that we approach projects is to make an adjustment to that percentage of construction calculation once the full scope of the project and the full budget for the project are known, which in this case, we decided to just do that once and base that on the guaranteed maximum price that for the contract that you signed with Block Construction. And that also is a good way to handle that, is a fair way to handle it for all of us. Otherwise, if we don't base it on a percentage of construction, we have to base that on assumptions about how much work it's going to take. And every time there's a change in those assumptions, we have to send you a bill for the additional work for that. And that's a lot more work and trouble to deal with for all of us. And in the end, it's much more fair and efficient to deal with it as a percentage of construction calculation. And so that's what we've done here. We do kind of discount that a little bit for Folio because there's an efficiency to how we do that. And so that's why we're able to offer a little bit lower fee than a typical percentage would be. And part of the negotiation with Travis and Wendy and the rest of the team was around, do the number of buildings that we're doing here and the efficiency in doing that allowed us to provide a little bit lower fee. And in this last round of conversation, part of the reason for kind of discounting this is understanding that some of the change in construction was due to kind of a unique, the unique set of circumstances that we've had over the last year and the escalation and inflation that's gone with that. And so that's kind of above and beyond the normal circumstances. So we were willing to work with the district to come up with a proposed fee that made sense for all of us, and we felt like we all felt was fair, and that's how we came essentially to the numbers that you see before you today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any questions about all that.
Thank you, Aaron. Scott, is there any public comments?
There are no public comments at this time.
Okay, how about board members? Are there any comments or questions for Aaron?
No, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Aaron, for
wanna
sharing.
say
Thank you, Wendy,
thank you
for
for
bringing the. Thank you, Aaron, for sharing, and thank you, Wendy, for helping to bring this item back, or bringing this item back. I'll be the first to say I don't know what I don't know, so I'm glad, Aaron, that you are here to help me, as well as the board, understand some of these things in terms of your approach. And you know, I heard, and thank you, Travis, for negotiating, and Wendy for negotiating from the 6.5 to the 4.5, and now Aaron, you guys going to the additional 4.4. That's all very, very appreciated in terms of this process. You know, we've all seen the cost increases associated with the last 2 years, with the supply chain, gas prices, and I've one of the things that I've observed is that when things go up, costs go up. What I'm curious about is that what happens if costs go down? Do our costs go down, or because we are now in these new agreements based on the fact that costs have gone up, we are locked in at these costs that have gone up? That's one question that I have. The other question that I have is that what are the accelerators? Like, what are the different things that cause our costs to go up? I know construction costs or certain things, but what are those accelerators? And is there a opportunity, if costs go down, for our costs to go down as a part of this ongoing process? Because I recall when we passed the bond in 2018, the conversation on why we selected Folia was because of QKA and block and the planning and the costs that we would be able to get it, and it would be the greatest value. And I'm trying to learn to understand that a little bit more deeply at this time, as we look at, you know, this additional $6 million cost that we have. So I'm not quite sure who can help support that. I think maybe Aaron and Travis, you can tag team that a little bit, hopefully, so that we can all better understand how to move forward through this process.
Absolutely. Travis, do you want to go first? Or you want me to?
Is this on? Yeah, thank you for your question. So, yeah, we've seen unprecedented escalation in the last 2 years in construction across the board, and that includes all areas. If we were to do the Gen 7, that would have gone up, the Folia gone up, stick built gone up. It's been across the board with every type of construction. We're seeing that all over the South Bay. I think the drivers for that certainly are the supply chain issues we've had during the pandemic. The cost of steel is one that I talk about frequently, that we have seen actually come down a bit, and the numbers on steel in this particular job were actually pretty good. And so the supply chain issues, the availability of product. We have a project, for example, in Fremont Union right now. They ordered HVAC units in December, and they still don't have them. So we're still seeing those supply chain issues. This idea that you could buy $1 million worth of HVAC equipment, no one can expedite it. We're seeing that everywhere. Another factor in the South Bay, particularly, is there's a lot of support for local bond measures in our local area. So our contractors in this area are still quite busy. We're seeing some subcontractors that are giving a little more outreach to the big players, the XLs, the Ovras, the Lathrops, and the Blocks, where they're reaching out, and we are getting good coverage. So when we see that they go out for all these subcontractor bids, what you want to see is good coverage. You want to see 4, 5, 6 electricians put in the electrical bid. You want to see 2, 3, 4 steel companies come in and put in for steel, concrete, all those things. And we are seeing really good coverage, which gives you a good average of what the market is going to bear here in our particular demographic. And so the pricing, I believe, was fair that came in, you know, for this GMP. As far as markers of things starting to settle down and go back, I don't think you realize that in a contract you've already engaged in. So I think it would be hard pressed to go to a subcontractor and say, well, we think copper dropped, so we need a credit for that. I've never been in a situation where that's happened. What we can do is take that information on future projects or potential projects we have upcoming and say, well, what kind of analysis can we do? Do we think, can we, take a gamble that things are going to calm down? There's going to be more demand to subcontractors, and maybe in a year's time we're going to see even better pricing. That's a bit of a crapshoot sometimes. Typically, construction costs never go down over time. The exception to that, 2010, 11, after the subprime mortgage collapse, prices went way, way down. People were very hungry.
So if I can try to, I know I can't summarize what you said, so I'm just going to do my best to make sure that I kind of understand what you said. You said that our costs can go up based on a number of factors, and then if all relative to the market, and if costs go down because we're engaged in a contract, the ability for us to reap the, can't call it reap the reward of costs going down, but there's no recourse for us to have the opportunity to adjust our costs because we're in the contract. Is that kind of what you said?
I've never seen it happen, actually, when someone entered into an agreement, and then it would have to be this dramatic shift downward. But I've never seen it where anyone who entered into a contract for construction services was able to go back after they entered into that agreement and negotiate it down. The other thing I would say to this is, like, phase one of the Foley is a 12-month process, right? So we will take occupancy about this time next year of those buildings. And so I don't know that you would see a dramatic increase, but I've never, in all my years, I've never seen, after you've engaged in a contract and entered into an agreement, I've never seen anyone go and renegotiate an agreement that's been signed. Yeah.
But the cost can continue to escalate.
No, I think that's one thing I wanted to clarify too, Chris, is that
signed a GMP. Now we've locked them in at that point. So if the costs continue to escalate, that's their problem.
Mm-hmm. So a GMP guaranteed maximum price, but then with the GMP, you can also request, I don't even know what the term is. There are things that you can add to a GMP.
Yes.
I forgot what the term was.
If you add scope to a GMP, it's something that was not considered at the time the GMP was created. Say, an example I always use, it was a project years ago. The district realized halfway through they had only spec'd 3 outdoor basketball courts. So that's all that was in the GMP. They said, we want 3 more outdoor basketball courts. Well, that was $230,000 added to the value of that GMP because it was added scope. It wasn't something that could be determined at the time that the cost was determined for what was in the plans and specifications.
So when we move forward, because after we passed the bond, I know that the team asked us to move forward quickly so that we could secure a number of resources so that we could move forward with the folia and the combination of QKA and block. And as I look at this document, I see the fact that because of construction went up, architecture costs went up, and there weren't any architectural changes. Is that accurate?
There were some changes. There
No,
were some
there are changes. We along the way, we engaged QKA in the process, and originally, because QKA, we just give them a rough, like a scope of work. And so that was, at the time, it was around, like, say, 55 million. And once the design work started, and then they get input from staff and different department, we add here, we change here. And also, once this contract is for phase 1 is finalized, QKA still continue to work along with the project. For example, right now we just decided today with our facility, at our facility meeting, for the HVAC control system, we need to make a change. And the QKA needed to adjust their plan. And guess what? They're not going to bill us for that hours, the services, because it's all covered in this fee, because it's a part of the construction cost we have already included in the GMP. So in other words, there will be changes even along the way now construction started, but the changes will require QKA to perform additional work or to change their designs and the plans, and we're not going to pay them for the additional hour or for the fees they worked, because the fee is already covered. It's set here for phase 1. I hope that makes sense.
So if I can, so what you said, and Aaron helped me, so that the way the recourse for the architect within a GMP, but they have to do work on a project, is that if the construction cost rises, then they, in the contract, we've agreed that the construction cost rises, then their cost rises as well, because there is incremental work that they're going to be doing anyway as a part of the process.
Yeah,
So I think a way to think of it.
Aaron wants to say something.
Oh, sorry. I think a way to think of it, Chris, is the difference between when we set up the project initially at the budget and put our fee together based on that budget, and the project now is that there was always more work than we knew originally. We just didn't know about all that work because it was based on, some very initial sketches and the scope of work, as Wendy said. And as we got into it, we identified additional site work, additional utility work that needed to be done, additional requests from the staff that needed to be accommodated. And those ended up making the project bigger, but it was always bigger. We just hadn't made that adjustment yet to that change in conditions and change in assumptions. And we've essentially been holding off on that so we could come in and make that adjustment now and only do it once. And so we could have made an adjustment when we were part of the way through the design and updated the cost estimate and made that adjustment then. And then, there's additional scope later and more changes happen and we make that adjustment again in the future. But we usually try to keep that to as simple as possible for everyone. So we come in and do that adjustment once at the guaranteed maximum price. And then we know the cost of the project is not going to change unless the district decides to add some significant additional scope. So we don't have to revisit it. We know that it's locked in based on the contract for the project, and that contract for the project is locked in. And so it now reflects the full scope of the project that was always there. We just didn't know that when we started at the beginning of the project. Does that make sense? It doesn't represent additional cost for no additional work. I think it just represents additional cost for the difference between the original assumption and the actual amount of work required.
Before I ask my final question, I'd like to ask if any of the board members have any questions based on what they've heard thus far.
Board members?
Okay, so thank you for that information. I want to switch gears with my last question and this kind of goes to both of you guys. We've been working hard on this project. We know that everyone is proud of the work that's involved. I saw the press release from Block QKA. I saw the work that we've done, and just the what we're building here together, and this extraordinary time that we're dealing with in terms of our costs. So now that I have a better general understanding that the GMP locked in one-time adjustment, which potentially is going to have a reason for subject to change at some point, and you're going to explain that to me when that happens, because that always happens. I hear guaranteed maximum price, and then I learn that, the guaranteed maximum price isn't the guaranteed maximum price because of this change that needs to be done and that which wasn't calculated. I'm learning about, like I said, I don't know what I don't know, and this is the first bond project that I've been involved in with the school district, so I appreciate everyone being patient with me in that area. And this kind of question goes to both of you guys. Based on your extensive experience, what are potentially 3 other sources of funding that we could pursue in partnership with you or other companies participating in these projects to offset these costs rising over time?
I think the primary one is the state school facilities bond, should they put one on the ballot. There's a lot of talk about one going on the ballot in November. We're fortunate that we have a governor now that is in big favor of school facility bonds. I was on the Legislative Advisory Committee for 6 years. Governor Brown did not like school facility bonds statewide. In fact, he wouldn't put one on the ballot. So we did a bond initiative, Prop 51, as you recall, got the signatures, got that on the ballot, and it passed. So that's your primary source of additional funding. Of course, there's modernization or new construction funding. We've already engaged with School Facility Consultants of Sacramento to start the process of qualifying for those funds. So we're about knee-deep in that process. So that's a primary source. There's nothing really seismic here, so you can't touch seismic money for these buildings at the state level. There's always partnering like we are doing with the KLA STEAM Lab, partnering with local junior colleges like you do over at Russell. There's those sorts of things. Those are your primary, secondary funding sources.
And one to add to that, Travis, that goes along with the state bond funding is that the legislature also committed, I think, somewhere between $5 and $6 billion worth of general funds to that state facilities program to kind of supercharge that, if you will, and fund all the unfunded projects and then have a surplus left. And my understanding is all that money has to get out the door by 2025. So projects are going to be funded much quicker than they have been in the past and will continue to be funded even if there isn't a state bond this year, even if that doesn't come for another few years. So as Travis said, working with the funding consultants to make sure that we do everything we can to get maximize that amount of funding available to the district for the project from those programs.
And then I guess that turns a question to our staff about the state bonding and the additional pools of funding that Aaron had referred to. We are in process for those.
Yeah, what Aaron refers to was the similar that Travis shared at the beginning, that the state facility bond, that was the 16.5 million we received last year for Meadows phase 1. We're in the process of submitting our Meadows phase 2 for funding application. So definitely that every opportunity possible that the district can get extra funding, we will try to apply for it.
Thank you. Thank you for the education on this as we continue to go down the road. Appreciate it.
And also I think
You're
it's
welcome.
also important to share to the board and then also the community that the process that internally we take before we bring the GMP for board to approve. And we don't just take, like say in this case, Block and Ryan, we had many meetings to look at their numbers. Once they go out to bid all the subcontract work, and then we review their work, and we also look at their quote, and to see if it's reasonable. And also Travis and I, we do market research. What is the standard rate per square footage? We use that as our benchmark to compare to Block's proposal. And also we use that as an indicator to evaluate. So, and then sometimes, and also market, we foresee the steel price will go up. So actually we pre-ordered steel even for Meadows project, and also we did for this project. So there are a few factors that internally we can monitor and we can do to make sure our price is reasonable and is not impacted significantly because of the market increase.
Mm-hmm.
So we pre-ordered for Mabel Matos.
We also
When
pre-ordered for.
steel was on the rise, and they knew it was going to be dramatic. We came to the board and said, hey, can we order this steel early? And the board
Right,
made a decision,
yes.
yes, we can. For this project, we asked for detailing.
Yes,
So
we
wanted to
did
get
that.
the structural detailing, because that takes months, right? So the board awarded
With
them
Folia?
a structural
Yep.
detail. So they take every little piece of steel that's in here, they have to detail it and size it, all those sorts of things, and that takes an enormous amount of effort. So what the board did was approve them doing that ahead of time. So now that we're in construction, we have the opportunity to order. You can't order the steel until you detail the steel and get that submittal approved, right? Because you don't want to just take a guess at it. So we get that detailing done. We front loaded that, helps the overall schedule.
Yes.
Which saves money there because you don't pay extra general
Yes.
conditions and all of that. So
Yep.
that when we break ground, they're essentially ready to order steel right now. So if there is a procurement issue or whatever, we're as close to the front of the line as we can be at that point. So we've done all this due diligence to try to kind of play this tough market the best we can to the advantage of the district by doing some creative thinking like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone.
Any other further questions, comments?
Actually, when I look at this document, I see 2 phases. And if I remember correctly, how many more phases to the Innovation Campus?
Well, so far we listed the phase 2 here, and also I wanted to point out that the phase 2, the total of 25.4 million. This is an estimate also, so that means that this number could subject to change later, and it depends on the scope of work and how much it will involve. And then right now you see the percentage is still calculated based on 4.5%. And we would like to keep it this percentage for now. And when the time comes, and depends on the market situation, and we will revisit that when that comes.
Thank you. And that kind of led to my follow-up question as far as, will this come back again? in
Yes.
The different phases that
Yes.
we continue to go on.
And I would remind you that at the beginning, that 4.5% was quite a bit higher. So I reached out and worked with Aaron and the QKA team to say, hey, well, we feel like there's some efficiency of scale here. We feel like this is a PC building, and some of your sub-consultants may not have to do as much as they would if it was a stick-built building from scratch. And they agreed, and they lowered their prices significantly out the gate off of that 1 or 2 conversations to say, well, what can we do here to save money? And they're thrilled to be here and be working with the district on this project. I mean, this is a huge project. This is great for everybody, but they were really flexible in reducing that fee. And I don't necessarily think they have to do that in every district. I think the 6% is a fair fee. We just were fortunate that we had a good negotiation. They were amiable to reducing that fee out the gate.
I'll say my last comment is that while I appreciate what's been done historically, I'm like looking at the right now, and then the stipulations for the future. So it's almost like today's a brand new day as we move forward in this project, and everyone just sharpening their pencils with diligence as we continue to move forward, so that we can continue to deliver. I know that Wendy, you guys are working extremely hard. I know the superintendent is working very hard in terms of finding ways to move this project forward with success. And so you guys are as much a part of that as everyone else is in terms of this project getting completed on time and the way that it's supposed to be done. So I appreciate everyone sharing these pieces with me today.
Of course. Superintendent has a question.
I have a comment and a question. First is my comment. At the outset, we understand more, at least I understand more thoroughly, the process. At the outset, it would have been very helpful to see that this is an estimate and made that very clear. Just as I'm looking right now at the phase 2 for the 2 Folia buildings, it says construction costs, it says subtotal, it says programming and planning. Maybe this asterisk has something here. Can you?
We ended up doing that as a separate, the programming planning phase is a separate contract.
Okay.
So it was removed from this calculation.
So if I could finish, so then the Folia customization assumptions here, that still doesn't quite tell me that this is an estimate. And so I think it would be helpful if it was made clear that phase 2 is an estimate, and that we can expect that depending on what the actual costs are, that number might change. I think that would have been very helpful to understand, because as it's presented here, it looks to me as this is what the cost is.
Understood.
Understood. That makes sense, Cheryl.
So in a way, Cheryl, you said that we needed to add the word estimate for phase 2 here
Yeah.
in the schedule. So that way is okay, got it, okay.
Mhm. And then secondly is my question. You've been doing this work for quite some time, both Block, Ryan, and Aaron with QKA. I'm betting that you know many people who have built projects, people who are interested in things like the MUSD Innovation Campus. And we have talked earlier on about who you might connect with.
Mhm.
I would like to ask that you think about who you know that you could connect us with directly so that we can talk with them about our project and potentially have another avenue for funding.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Travis. And thank you, Aaron.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is an action item for tonight.
So is there a motion?
Motion to approve QKA services for the MUSD Innovation Campus.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go for a roll call vote.
Board Member Sy,
Aye.
Board Member Leon,
Yes.
Board Clerk Young,
Yes.
Board Vice President Norwood,
Yes.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, board.
very much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Travis.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron.
Good
You're
night.
welcome. Thank you. Have a great night.
We're moving on to item 2, Human Relations.
Thank you, President Yip Chuan. Tonight, we are asking the board to accept 2 proposals. The first one will be from our Milpitas Teachers Association to sunshine their reopeners for the collective bargaining agreement and hold a public hearing at our next board meeting on September 13th. Article 23.5, completion and duration of the agreement, reopener negotiations of the 2020-23 collective bargaining agreement between the Milpitas Teachers Association and the district provides that either party may request to reopen negotiations for the 22-23 school year. Article 5, compensation by submitting an initial proposal, which our President Diana Orlando did way back in May because she's eager to get to work on supporting the employees of our certificated unit. The parties agreed that reopening Article 5 may include modifications to Article 18 if agreed upon. MTA is proposing to reopen negotiations over compensation as attached in the communication below. What we call a sunshine, it means that we will be posting public notices across the district to let the community know that this will be at the next board meeting on the 13th of September, and it gives the opportunity for the community to have public comment at that hearing. At this time, Diana would like to state in her letter that she looks forward to continuing our mutually respectful working relationship with the district. And President Yip Chuan, this is an action item, and we just need a motion and a second to accept or conduct a public hearing on September 13th, 2022.
So for clarification, Jonathan, you're looking for a motion to accept or a motion to open a hearing?
To have a public hearing on September 13th, yes.
Motion to open hearing on September 13th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's go for a roll call vote.
Board Member Sy,
Aye.
Board Member Leon,
Yes.
Board Clerk Young,
Yes.
Board VP Norwood,
Yes.
Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
I will now move on to the second, where the district is now asking to sunshine its proposal for reopeners for the collective bargaining agreement with the Milpitas Teachers Association. I know this may sound redundant, but each side must sunshine what they intend to negotiate to the public. Without reading the article again, it states that we will, the district will be wanting to meet with the association, and in doing so, we need the board to conduct or to have a public hearing at its next regular scheduled board meeting on the 13th, and the district will also be posting across the district the hearing so that the public can comment if they so choose on this article, which is on compensation. So again, I would like to ask the trustees to make a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing on the 13th to give the community opportunity to comment on the district's proposal on compensation.
Move to conduct the public hearing on September 13th.
We have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Board Member Sy,
Aye.
Board Member Leon,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yo,
Yes.
Board VP Norwood,
Yes.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you. And the district looks forward to a constructive, cooperative, and successful good faith negotiations based on our longstanding positive relationship with MTA. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 3, Superintendent's Office.
Thank you. We have a number of items tonight. First is a school safety resolution that we would like to share in consideration for the health and well-being of all of our students and staff members and families, as well as assuring safety and security to the best of our ability as a community of learners and families. Scott, you have a video for this one?
Resolution 2023.5, a school safety resolution. Whereas all MUSD students, teachers, classified support staff, school and district leaders, and their families are at the core of a safety and inclusive school community. And whereas providing a safe, secure, and healthy learning and working environment that ensures both the safety and well-being of students and staff creates the conditions necessary to foster academic and professional success. And whereas safe schools provide an environment where teaching and learning flourish and impersonal and communication skills are developed along with an appreciation for culture and individual differences.
Whereas school and district safety plans outlining practices to foster an environment free from harassment, bullying, and intimidation by building skills in appropriate behavior responses, respectful communication, digital citizenship, and conflict resolution. And whereas safety and security includes healthy lifestyles developed through nutritional awareness, physical fitness, and in order to prevent substance abuse, knowledge of the harm that tobacco, vaping, drugs, and alcohol can have on a learner's body and mind, and whereas the most effective approach to creating safe school environments free from violence requires a comprehensive, coordinated effort including school-wide, district-wide, and community-wide strategies where all institutions, organizations, and individuals must accept responsibility for their critical roles and collaborate to establish a positive environment for teaching and learning.
Whereas Milpitas Unified School District has completed and holds regular drills as prescribed in both school site and district emergency plans that involve all school district personnel, law enforcement, fire and medical rescue personnel, emergency management personnel, mental health professionals, and others essential to resolving any potential crises that might occur. Whereas Milpitas Unified School District practices include annual reviews of policies, regulations, and handbooks with necessary updates to assure implementation for efficacy in supporting a healthy school climate with practices in place to assist in preventing bullying, violence, vandalism, abuse, and other detrimental behaviors to children, youth, teens, and adults. Now therefore, be it resolved that Milpitas Unified School District will continue to work with a broad spectrum of local community stakeholders, local law enforcement, mental health professionals, parents, students, teachers, classified support staff, and school and district leaders to develop, implement, and monitor programs that foster and support a healthy school climate, free from harassment and violence. Be it further resolved that Milpitas Unified School District urges the state of California to invest in, promote, and support comprehensive, coordinated, and collaborative strategies to prevent drug use, bullying, harassment, discrimination, and violence in our schools, so that all students and staff have the opportunity to attend school, engage in the classroom and workplace, achieve academic and career success.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Scott.
Board Member Sy,
Aye.
Board Member Leanne,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yo,
Yes.
Board VP Norwood,
Yes.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you, Scott. Moving on to 3B.
Thank you. This is to revise bylaw 9223, filling vacancies. October 15th, 2019, the board had a special meeting for community input and discussion on the provisional appointee process. There were 35 community members approximately that represented the different stakeholders of our community, including city and city leaders, as well as parent leaders and association leaders and caregivers, parents, and staff members. And the overall theme from the discussion was that there shall not be ballots incorporated or tally marks in the interview process, and instead the board should hold open discussion regarding the candidates as after the candidates complete the interview process, and then follow through with the regular nomination process that board members have with the Robert's Rules of Order. So what we have here is following the standard paragraph, which is found in all of the school board policies that we reviewed, and it is in our school board policy as well, and it's there in print on the summary agenda, that we add to it the appointment interview process. And so the suggested addition is that each candidate would have up to 4 minutes each to describe their qualifications and experiences that make them the best candidate to fill the board vacancy. And then the board would ask follow-up questions of each candidate. So this means there would be no set questions ahead of time. It would be up to the board members to decide based on what the candidate says, what questions they want to ask. And then following the completion of all the interviews, the board members would hold discussion and follow Robert's Rules of Order for making motions and taking action to determine which candidate gains the majority from the board and is so approved as the board's appointee. So this is an action item.
Can we check to see if there's any public comments out there?
There are no public comments at this time.
Okay, let's go for the motion and then the discussion.
Why is this being brought up now? Are we expecting a board appointment in the future?
This is being brought up because, as you noticed, from October 15th, 2019, that was immediately or shortly before we had the COVID,
And then for the last 28 months, staff has been working with COVID. So now we have a fresh new year and opportunity to go back to pick up some of those pieces that we had started prior to COVID and complete them.
So we're not expecting any appointments in the future.
So
Okay.
I'll make a motion to revise board bylaw 9223 for filling vacancies.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a
second
second? And we have a second.
Now we have discussion.
Are there any discussions or comments?
So on point number 3 in the appointment interview process, after the Robert's Rules of Order, as far as motion discussion, an action to determine candidates, again, try to limit the confusion whenever this does get enacted. At that point, the votes are being cast by the board members would be cast as the individual candidate that we are voting on, or are we casting as far as reducing the number of candidates?
So as you would have a discussion, like you're having a discussion now, you would have a discussion about the candidates. Somebody would make a motion, another person would make a second motion, there would be discussion, and then if there is momentum to move forward with a vote, then you would do so. Otherwise, as the practice is now, if there's no momentum or no second, then that motion dies, and then you look for a different motion.
Understood, thank you. And so the motions could be made in the fashion that the board perceives at that
Right.
time. Thank you.
Superintendent, can you remind me if this is what Cupertino School District also goes by, or?
Cupertino School District just has the board bylaw for filling vacancies, the same language as ours. However, if you view the video that was shared with us during that community stakeholders meeting, this is essentially what they were doing and having an open discussion about what they heard from the candidates and then making motions and moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, we have a motion and we have a second.
Did you want a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Board Member Sy?
Yeah, thinking back to when this happened, I was concerned about certain people coming up to me, basically without the public watching and basically lobbying me in advance of the appointment to give them favorable treatment. I find that concerning, and I will be abstaining on this.
Board Member Leanne?
Yes.
Board Clerk Nyo?
Yes.
Board VP Norwood?
Yes.
And Board President Yip Chuan?
Yes.
Passes 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, Scott. Moving on to 3C.
Thank you. When the board approved its calendar of board meetings last January, that was before or later in the spring when staff took stakeholder input on changing the calendar for school in order to have a week off for students and parents for the week of Thanksgiving. And so keeping in line with our other months where we also only have one board meeting, the recommendation is that we adjust the dates of the November board meeting dates to November 15th because it's in the middle of the month, and so we would have just one board meeting.
Move to approve the proposed change.
Sorry, so what was the meeting date before this proposed change?
So it was the second and fourth Tuesday of the month.
Right, so when would it have been before what's being proposed now?
Let me just take a look at the calendar here.
So the second board meeting would happen immediately after the Thanksgiving week, and staff would be on vacation or taking vacation for most of that week and not available to prepare a board agenda, which is the same reason why there's only one board meeting in the months of December, February, and April, where we also have a week vacation.
So you're saying that the second meeting is supposed to be on November 22nd, but that's this year's schedule that we're off, right?
Right, and so in the board's adopted calendar, they had it as the Tuesday right after Thanksgiving.
Okay, so the second meeting was planned for the 22nd, and the first meeting would have been when?
It's November 8th and November 22nd were the two
Okay.
in November.
Oh,
And
okay,
then
I thought it was the
proposal
Tuesday
is
after.
To change those two to just have November 15th, just the one meeting.
Okay, so we're going from a meeting November 8th and one on November 22nd to one meeting on November 15th. That's what you're proposing?
That's correct. That's correct.
So this looks like you're putting it till after election day. Okay.
So do we have a motion on the floor? So I believe our process is that after a presentation, we have a motion and a second, and then we have discussion.
So is there a motion on
So
the floor?
I did not get a finished.
Second already. and
Oh, okay, we
then
have a motion and a second,
Discussion was
so-
already done, passed. This is a roll call.
This is
So
a discussion
I didn't
now.
get a chance to finish my motion, and it didn't get second on this one. So just to finish off the motion.
I did, I second, and then Scott is doing roll call vote. Is that right, Scott?
Did we have Min with the motion and
I seconded.
Board Member Leanne with the second?
Mhm.
Yes.
And then you do the roll call vote.
Yes.
So we just concluded discussion, or we are in the midst of discussion right now?
No, the discussion was done before that, when,
So the process is that we do discussion after the motion
The
and the second.
motion.
right. So when no one else speaks, Scott said roll call vote. Anyway.
Understood. Thank you.
So we're in the middle of a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Sy,
Yes.
Board Member Leanne,
Yes.
Board Clerk
Yes.
Board VP Norwood,
Yes.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Yay. Okay, 3D.
Okay, 3D is a resolution for workforce housing. And if we consider just this last year, we've lost 10 teachers, 7 left MUSD to move to more affordable communities, and 3 left the state. We have, since 2016, sought different ways to try and provide support for our employees and future employees with housing, starting with a presentation to the board by Gold Bar Builders for a partnership to do ADUs, and then that would have entailed also city support. Then we've also tried to capitalize on private homeowners with rooms to rent to our educators. We've worked in conjunction with agencies such as Landed, which has been successful for some of our educators in being able to purchase homes. And we've also had discussions with potential developers such as Pulte Homes, which plans to come to Milpitas and has talked about providing units for below market rate in order to provide workforce such as our educators with housing. Additionally, we've had staff surveys, one in 2017 and one in 2021, where we learned that about half of our staff has long commutes and rents, and that some of the staff members have not had steady housing. And we have also had a on-the-table community discussion with Silicon Valley Leadership Group's format in order to try to provide opportunities for our employees and educators in having affordable housing, because if they have affordable housing, they're more likely to stay with MUSD so that we don't run into problems where we have vacancies that are not filled after the school year begins. So this resolution is the board asking the board's commitment for supporting workforce housing. And we do not have a recording for it, so I'd like to ask if cabinet members and board members would each take one of the clauses.
Do you want to start from down here, Cheryl? We'll go down the row.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Resolution 2023.4 in support of workforce housing for Milpitas Unified School District employees. Whereas Milpitas Unified School District employees are vital to the public education system in the city of Milpitas, whose population now exceeds 70,000 residents.
Whereas many of Milpitas Unified School District moderate income employees are working families and are finding it increasingly difficult to purchase or rent a home within a 15-mile radius or close to the Milpitas Unified School District where they may work. And
whereas the gap between those who can afford a home in the San Francisco Bay Area and those who cannot is widening at an alarming rate, with some having to hold part-time jobs to meet monthly housing expenses, and affordable renting housing is in short supply. And
whereas school district employees working in urban and suburban areas have fewer opportunities of locating a home that they can afford without significant assistance. And
whereas challenges within market economic demands often prevent land use for the construction of a mix of housing and affordable price ranges for teachers and school support staff. And
whereas in the San Francisco Bay Area, regulatory delays, economic factors, and interest rates have added more than 25% of the cost of building housing.
Be it resolved that the Milpitas Unified School District, in accordance with the principles of limited government and minimal taxation, individual liberty, and free market, supports and encourages governmental agencies, private sector partnerships, and school district cooperation in promoting affordable workforce housing in an effort to increase residential employees for the Milpitas Unified School District employees in the communities where they work. And
now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Milpitas Unified School District supports partnerships involving home builders, community groups, and local governments to enhance affordability and to increase production of affordable workforce housing.
Passed and adopted by the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education at a meeting held on August 23rd, 2022 by the following vote.
Is there a motion?
Move to
Go ahead.
Move to approve.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call, please, Scott.
Okay, Board Member Sy.
When I first ran in 2018, I was a big supporter of workforce housing.
Wait,
and
hold
I'm
on, this is a
pleased-
roll call vote, right? So let's do a roll call vote and not go into
Well,
discussion.
we can have discussion as well?
No, this is a roll call vote.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. We're going for a roll call vote. Scott's going for a roll call vote.
So,
Did you register me?
board, let's start over with a roll call vote. Board Member Sai,
Aye.
Board Member Leanne,
Yes.
Board Clerk Young,
Yes.
Board Vice President Norwood,
Yes.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you very much, Scott. We're moving on to item 3E.
What happened to discussion?
I did not hear anybody wanting to discuss.
Well, I did, because you said roll call and then discussion, so you want to separate it. So may I discuss now?
I think that's, we've already passed the motion. And according to our attorney in the past, we have to move forward after we pass the motion.
So anyone watching who's watched these meetings before has seen plenty of times where discussion happened after the roll call vote. So I find this very strange, and I think anyone who's been watching would find this quite irregular. But it seems like you don't want to have discussion, so that's that.
I would just comment that it's typical that after resolutions, there isn't discussion. And I believe that's what Scott was moving towards. For the next item, Scott, could you please show the meetings minutes of August 1st, because it's pertinent to the next item, which is extend AB 361 for an additional 30 days.
Certainly, hold on one sec. Okay, I have the minutes up from our August 1 special meeting.
That's good, Scott. Thank you. I just wanted to point out what the motion was on August 1st for reference as the board considers AB 361 for an additional 30 days.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. It shows that it's 5-0. So that was the
That was August 1st.
August 1st meeting. And that's the meeting minutes, is showing that when we extended AB 361 for an additional 30 days, board members who are participating remotely, they must state where they are broadcasting from and keep their camera on during the meeting. And we have a board member that has not been complying with that.
Kelly, you need to stop making false allegations and trying to instigate drama. I have complied with all legal requirements and will continue to. And frankly, your attempts to keep insinuating otherwise appear to be a dirty election season trick. I would appreciate it if you would stop.
So we have board revisiting AB 361, allowing the board to declare a state of emergency providing certain conditions are met. like to make a motion. So walk me through, if we do nothing, then we are no longer declaring the state of, we are no longer enforcing AB 361?
That's correct. And then any board member who finds that they need to participate remotely has to follow the Brown Act about posting their location and the agenda before it's posted, as well as have a copy of the agenda posted at their remote location. And the remote location has to be accessible to public.
I need to make a correction. This is an action item. So action item goes a motion and a second, and then discussion, and then we vote. And if we vote to approve, it continues. If we vote to approve in the same manner that we did last month, that would continue. If we don't vote to approve, then it is AB 361, us declaring a state of emergency is resolved, and then board members, as you had just stated, are, if they are not going to be in attendance, have to report, give the 48 out. Is it 48?
They have to wait at the time that we post the agenda, which is on Fridays, generally at 5 o'clock, or if there's an emergency board meeting at the time that we post that agenda, or a special board meeting, which can be 24 hours before at the time we post that agenda. Any board member who is meeting remotely has to tell staff what the address is of their location that they will be. They have to be present at that location for the board meeting. They have to post the agenda at that board meeting, and if there's a closed session, they have to be in a private area for that board meeting, and they need to have their camera on.
Thank you.
And what if the person doesn't have the camera on?
Then they are excluded from closed session.
So I'll make a motion to declare, to continue to declaring the state of emergency. Hold on. Are we under Santa Clara County Public Health, or are we following CDC? Because I know that recently CDC has rescinded the 6 feet. So are we under Santa Clara County, or a combination of both Santa Clara County and CDC?
I had a very timely meeting to answer that question. Today we had our superintendent's meeting with the Santa Clara County Public Health Department, and the doctor who was speaking with us shared with us that Santa Clara County is now following California Public Health Department, and so anything that's in the California Public Health Department is what county says that we have to follow if it's a requirement, or recommends we follow if it's a recommendation. And California Public Health Department, much of its recommendations are in alignment with the Centers for Disease Control.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Norwood asked specifically about the rescinding of the 6 feet. Can we get some clarity on what's going on at the California Public Health regarding 6 feet?
Yes, that actually was rescinded at sometime last year, and has not been an aspect of schooling and where students are since the beginning of last year.
So I'll make the motion to continue declaring the state of emergency as written or as agreed upon at our last board meeting, which includes board members who are not present, have their cameras on and also state for the record where they are broadcasting from for the meeting.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Can I also add something on that motion or revise the motion? And if the board member who's attending the meeting from far has no camera on, we would have board specialist, communication specialist, kick them out of the room or disconnect the call.
I believe we can do that.
So basically, I think right now it's that if the board member does not have the camera on, that board member cannot participate. Is that correct? For the
I don't
closed
know that
session?
you, for closed session, yes, we know that from our legal counsel, several different legal counsel who have shared with us that in closed session, any board member meeting remotely must have their camera on because that allows those of us in closed session to see that the person is in a confidential area. However, in open session, I don't believe that we can have a board member who's meeting remotely and continues to keep their screen off as agreed upon by the board. We can't exclude that person from the board meeting. However, we do have board group agreements, and if the board agrees to certain parameters and a board member is not following those parameters, then it would direct the board towards the board policy on censor.
So, Madam President, you have a motion on the floor, and then you had a request for an amendment on the
So
floor.
we have a motion on the floor, and then we have, I'm not sure if it's that an amended motion? So if we have an amended motion, wait, we have a motion on the floor, so it needs to,
That becomes the motion.
so we have an amended motion, so now we need to second that amended motion.
Well, wait. Well, doesn't the original proposer of the motion have to either say we stick with the original or the amendment, or I believe you can choose the first version or the second version? Well, Vice President Norwood, I mean, you made the original motion.
I made the original motion, and then instead of there being a second, there was a request to create an amended motion. So if you're asking that the original motion has to die first by not either being seconded or, well, that would be not being seconded, and then someone else making an amended motion. Is that what you're asking?
Something along those lines, given that it seems like what was being proposed in the amended motion isn't really legally enforceable. I'm just going to second the original motion.
So we have a motion, and we have an amended motion.
Right, we have a motion and we have a second on the original motion. Now we have the opportunity to vote on that. Or we have discussion.
And
Now we're
discussion.
Discussion,
There
yeah.
was a request for an amendment to the original motion during the discussion.
Okay, so so going back to the original motion, so that we do need some procedural support here.
I'm checking.
Okay, thank you. And it seems like the amended motion is that, just so that we can put things in order, the amended motion is that declaring the state of emergency as stated in our previous board meeting, and in the event that that motion, that adopted motion is not followed, then we would look at we would look at censure. So we wouldn't have the ability to remove a board member for not having the camera on, but what we would have the recourse to do is to look at censure. That, I believe that is the motion that can be amended.
So I have from Robert's Rules of Order for an amendment. An amendment is a motion to change, add words, omit words, or omit words from an original motion. The change is usually to clarify or improve upon the original motion and must be, of course, germane to that motion. An amendment cannot interrupt another speaker. It must be seconded and is debatable if the motion to be amended is debatable, may itself be amended by an amendment to the amendment can be reconsidered. So in other words, you can amend the first motion, and now you have the new motion with the amendment, and that becomes the first motion and needs to be seconded.
We haven't moved in a while.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have an amended motion. And so
Could somebody restate the amended motion?
I thought Vice President Norwood did.
Okay.
He motion, which was from the August 1st, and then Trustee Lynn added to that motion was if the person does not comply or keep the camera on, then the board can move forward with a censure. Is that your motion or amended motion, Trustee Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, so now that's the motion, now we need a second on that.
Okay, it died. Move on.
Yeah, so we have a motion, a minute, so we need a second, right? On
Nobody
her,
wants to second, so it died.
the amendment dies.
So now that there is no second for the
There's no
amendment.
second, okay.
The amendment dies and the original motion stays, which has already been seconded by Board Member Sy. So
Okay.
now we can proceed.
We can do a further discussion. Right now, we have a motion and a second. So are there any further discussions or comments?
So if there are no discussion, we are doing the roll call now,
Yeah,
right?
if there's no other comments or public comments, let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Sy,
Aye.
Board Member Leanne,
No.
Board Clerk No,
Yes.
and Board Vice President Norwood,
No.
and Board President Yip Chuan.
No.
So motion fails, 2 votes to 3.
So we do need to revisit AB 361 without these amendments and add-on stipulations. We should put that on at the next board meeting and use AB 361 as it was intended. I am requesting this to be revisited at the next board meeting. Almost every other government body in our region has continued to use AB 361, given the new monkeypox and new variants of COVID that are rapidly spreading. So I do request this to be brought back at the next board meeting. Safety has to come first rather than political games. And I will continue to take all measures necessary and appropriate to protect the safety.
Okay, we finished the voting already, so now we're moving on to item 18 on consent items. Consent items are considered routine and will be acted upon by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request that specific items be tabled or removed or for discussion or correction. Are there any items from the consent that needs to be removed or corrected or tabled?
Motion to approve the consent items.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board Member Sy.
Aye.
Board Member Leanne.
Yes.
Board Clerk Ngo.
Yes.
Board VP Norwood.
Yes.
And Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes,
Passes unanimous.
thank you. So we're moving on to item 19, dates of future board meetings. September 13th, tentative study session at 5 p.m., tentative closed session at 6 p.m., open session at 7 p.m., hybrid on Zoom, YouTube, or Randall Elementary World Languages School, 1300 Edsel Drive. September 27th, tentative study session at 5 p.m., tentative closed session at 6 p.m., open session at 7 p.m., hybrid on Zoom, YouTube, and Randall Elementary World Languages School, 1300 Edsel Drive. 20, announcements or reminders. Are there any announcements or reminders, board members?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, seeing none. How about executive team?
Yes, we have back to school nights coming up these next couple of weeks. So do check the community events calendar or go directly to your school's website for date and time.
Thank you. If there's no other announcements, reminder, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, go ahead, Scott.
Roll call vote. Board Member Sy.
Aye.
Board Member Leanne.
Yes.
Board Clerk Ngo.
Yes.
Board VP Norwood.
Yes.
And Board President Yip Chuan.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.